Ah, ah. Hi Eve, hi Chris, hi Larkspore. Bodega, slice my bodega up. Make it crash. Make it collapse. I don't know what I'm saying. 10 squats. E. 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 Oh no! Drunk beef! What the fuck? What the fuck? No! 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 What have I done? God. You guys don't know yet, but I do know. Oh god. Now let me do 10 squats. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I just saw my model like going up and down. That was I just saw my model go up and down. It was so funny. Oh god. Okay, so thank you for the 5 gifted subs. You see, hello on the last rat. You see, I might have mentioned something on one specific Discord server about potentially playing the Elder Scrolls Arena. I have played myself. I have played myself. But you appear with so much whimsy today. It has me, Whimsy. I am the Whimsy. Oh my god. Oh, so I guess I know what I'm doing soon enough. Let me check something. Is Arena the one game that actually started this whole ass adventure? Were you mad? Oh, this voice. It's something. It's something else. Arena. It's something else. Hold on, let me check something real quick. Is Arena the one game that has started my entire ass adventure with these old ass games? You know what? It very might have been Arena, because I'm looking on my list. You know, I just sorted things by like the time started, and most of the things that I remember starting, you know, like noting down the times and all of that, was actually like The Legend of Zelda kind of part, and that was Legend of Zelda. What was before Pokemon? God, yeah, it was Arena. Fuck, because I remember that I really wanted to play Zelda, and I was like, well, I need to play I need to figure out what Zelda and like Mario games were in order. And even Mario, I've played in 2015, but I have a note here that I have started Arena initially in 2013, but I have not finished the game. I've only like played a little bit because I was too scared of it. And then I came back to it in 2015. And oh my god. I guess we will be revisiting the game that started this whole ass adventure into a retro ass gaming, I suppose. You can say. I got a cat emote. You can play the one Mario RPG and that's basically the best one. The next Mario game... Wait, oh, let me look at these things. Also, how are you guys doing? I'm sorry, I just like started and I started rambling about something unrelated to anything. Where's my mouth? So weird. Top Gourmet? Oh. Well. Nice thing. You don't have to think. Oh god. The next Mario / Zelda game on my list is A Link to the Past. I think I mentioned it the other day. I completely forgot. A Link to the Past. Yeah. I'm playing A Link to the Past. Pain. And then I have Super Mario Kart. I don't know why, I don't really care about that one. Link to Boo. Why are you booing me? Why are you booing Link to the Past? Why are you bullying Link? Booing, even not bullying, but whatever. I have never played that one, so you know. I've only played Legend of Zelda 1 and Zelda 2, Adventure of Link. Even though I know that a lot of people hate that game. People think it sucks ass. But it's something else. I mean, I cannot say I didn't enjoy it. It was okay to play. It's not really great, but like it's okay as a game, not so much as a Zelda game, I would say. Probably, yeah. That's what I want to say. But yeah, well, to be honest, hold on. Let me look. Let me stare at my stupid list. What about that arena? Yeah, that's normal noises. Don't think too much about it. You know what? Let me. I have something that's what sucks ass. So many lists. Hello, Eva. I was looking for something to pad my streams until the Steam Winter Sale, so I guess we could play Arena. And then, what the fuck? How? How do you want me to draw that? You know, I have an idea. But yeah, I guess we will be playing that in early December until Steam sale happens, because I want to get Final Fantasy, and I was like, I don't know what to play before that. So on the one hand, thank you for filling out my schedule, like. Peak update. Have you played the Peak update? I quite like it. It's wild. For a second I forgot you can see me drawing. I won the Friday? Oh. Enjoy the Friday. We're fish? Done. Give me a second. Second. The fuck is a fish? I have lost my fish. My fish. Okay, I'm too lazy. Hold on, let me continue with this. A fish. Fish. This is my beautiful list. Fish! It looks like I'm Santa Claus or some shit, but doesn't matter. You lurk? Okay, thank you for the lurk. Look at this shitty ass paint sketch. Oh my god. This is my list. Are you enjoying this beautiful sketch of mine? Sketch. Doodle. A doodle. We will see how many times I commit fall. Let me know. You have to count them for me. Doo-doo? No, not doo-doo. No doo-dooing. Not on this day. Hold on, where's this freaking dreamer model? There it is. There we go. Not enough fish in it? This is not a fish list. You have to think about different ones. Hee. Prince of Persia. Okay, so first things first. I figure I might need to wear fishnets if you're talking about fish. That would be funny. What was I was thinking about something and now it's out of my brain. So the game I'm playing, I was thinking a while as to which version I should play, you know, of the Prince of Persia game. Because there's a lot, there's a lot of parts, and there are technically two original ones. You could argue the original is the Apple II version, but the DOS version was actually well, it was over. It was like prepared by the original people too. It was just a little bit upgraded because for what I saw, Apple II was becoming obsolete by the time the game came out. So they were like, we should probably just prepare it for something else as well. And they did that with the DOS version, and then you know me, I would usually play the original. So, you know, the Apple II version, but I was like checking things around and I couldn't really figure out which version will work. And I didn't want to play like a browser version. I was too lazy to look up for emulators. So the one thing that a lot of people actually suggested on Google or like Reddit and stuff, the one version that people recommended was an open source port, which is basically just, you know, it's just the same game, but like remade for new hardware. But it looks the same as the DOS version. It's like just a little bit I think optimized, maybe some shit. I don't know fully, but I figured, you know what, we might just do that one, so I don't have to play around with freaking emulation and shit. And it has quick loading and saving, so yeah, I can cheese around. And I don't really know what the heck the name means, but the name is SDLPOP, and like Prince of Persia, okay. But what is SDL? What the fuck is SDL? Wait. Wait, hold on. SDL is Simple Direct Media. What the fuck is that? Simple Direct Media Layer, even. A cross-platform software development library designed to provide a hardware abstraction layer for computer multimedia hardware components. I have no idea what any of this means, but nice, I suppose. Also, hi Proton! Hi Irving! That's Tuna Fishnets, and she's just taped 23 fish to her legs. We'll play Water Within. That one is fun. I'll play it eventually. We have to do an order. We have to do an order. But yeah, the one I'm playing is, as I said, SDLPOP, and as the website says, it's an open source port of Prince of Persia that runs natively on Windows and Linux. It is based on disassembly of the DOS version and uses SDL. It has its own It has its own forum board. Doesn't really count. We shall have order, exactly. You cannot make me stray from my goals. From my path. And yeah, from what I saw, people said that this is a good one. It's basically the same one, except, you know, it actually works without a DOS box or anything like that, so that's nice. I downloaded Prince of Persia from freaking archive.org. I like how the zip file is just called Persia. And it has a full-on 344 kilobytes. However, it's not, you know, as you can imagine, it doesn't work on Windows 10. And I was like, I don't feel like looking for frigging emulator, of like setting the shit up in DOSBox. I'm too lazy. I would probably prefer to just look for the Apple II one. But at the same time, I was like, I know it's the same, but has better music, so might as well do that. And we might look at a video of the original before I start, just so we have that kind of, you know, feeling of what it was, you know, what to compare it to, so we can actually tell whether or not it's better to play this way. And you're probably thinking, what the fuck are you saying? And you might be like, well, what you said original, and that's not original. What? Why are you doing that? I know, and blah blah. Thank you for counting in my chat. I wish I could have numbers in my brain. You open a calculator. What are those numbers? What are you calculating? Now we know the numbers, but now we don't know the source. I didn't look when I was typing, it's fine. My work hours. Ah. Fair enough. Fair enough. Hold on, let me just send out a notification about the stream because I didn't. Because I figured, you know what, we have to say hi first. Also, how are you guys doing on this new ass week? I feel like this week is gonna be tough. And I started Monday with like 2 hours of sleep. Today I also didn't sleep great, so awesome. That's why I have a stream today and not yesterday, because I wasn't just I would probably just like pass out if I wanted to stream yesterday. Going through withdrawals, but I got a soda. Nice. 55.5 hours, not too bad. That's a lot. Okay, I'm making a post and it makes no sense, so it's nice. I call it Princing of Pershing. Because making sense is overrated. Making sense is overrated, do you hear me? Do you hear me? How does part of quitting is what do I do when I play computer now? What? What are you saying to me, sir? Oh, Prince of Persia 2, The Shadow and the Flame! I have never seen that one, actually. Prince of Persia Retro? Why is that a category? Prince of Persia 1992. Oh, that's for the SNES. Okay, never mind. We're playing this one. It says Apple II, but fuck it. Fuck it, fuck Apple II. I can't dip, I can't drink beer. Chew gum. Chew gummers. Like it should be. Chew gumming. Chew gumming? What the fuck is that word? Wait, you know what? Apple II. Apple II! Can I play online? The DOS version is online. What kind of withdrawal do you have? I need to sleep withdrawal. Wait, I don't need that. Wait, am I what? I didn't say anything. You didn't hear me. Ooh. Oh, I found it online on some weird ass website. Hold on, let me we'll try this one first. Just a little bit. And then we will go for the new one. You know, just because. New one, I say, even though it's old one anywhere. Anyway. Look at this beautiful start button. Nicotine. Nicotine not good. Not good. I understand. Treasures yawns. Ivory! How was your nap? How was your nap? The fuck is this? This is Prince of Persia! How you doing? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Browser. This is a flashbang? What are you saying? Don't be mean to the game. It's stupid, it doesn't understand you. Uh-oh. 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 I fucked it up. Hold on. Reset. 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 Too big. Some weird ass website called Retro. Wait, what? Classic Reload. I can't read. Never mind. Those are games. Commander Keen. Number Munchers? What the fuck is that? Wandering Jin. I fucking beg you, sir. Play something from after I was born for once. But listen! 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 Snooze, you don't understand! Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Listen. 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 This is where we are at now! We just finished Metal Gear! These ones I've played before. We have to play this one now. I know you're complaining. But look, look, look. This one. We are soon getting to newer stuff. Happy Friends Day to you. The list! Newer! But the order! Yes, Syndicate on there? I do have Syndicate on there. It's just a week away, 300 years away. Hold on. Look. Look at my beautiful numbers. Here are all the dates. You will be playing these, okay? Listen. All of this is done. The list. But, you know, just so you know, this is just my priority list, okay? There's more old shit, but I'm skipping it. For your sake and for my sake, because we're not staying in the freaking prehistoric times forever. I do have shit like the Colossal Cave Adventure in here, but that stuff is waiting for like a special occasion, okay? Special occasion, special. Oh my god, I'm square. I'm square. Reverse the list order for April Fools. I'm gonna be fucking dead by the time she gets the PS2 era. No! Wait, PS2 was what? 2000? What was PS2? Hold on. Hold on. PS2. 2001! Maybe I guess I don't have any games from the 2000. Any Ultima or the Wizardry? I have both, but they're all on low priority right now. So they'll be played afterwards. Because I figured I want to play the games that I was looking forward to the most. So, as you can see, the games I'm kind of looking forward the most are priority. Hold on, all of this shit: Zelda, Elder Scrolls, Final Fantasy, Fallout, just okay. You know you don't have to play all the games. I know! So I should be considerate of my advance game. Listen, it's not even... Listen! Listen, we are in 98, but only because I kind of have fucked up the order. But listen, this is the only one from 98. Then we have 90. And there's only 4 games. Sorry, 3 games. One I have already played. 91. And then 2. Then this one I've played. You soon will be in 97. Oh god. So games I'm happy to watch. Soon. I listen for in the nearest future. All the games are really good. I know, right? Where put save this zone? I'm not playing put. I'm playing put. But yeah, in the nearest future, what we will play is Metal Gear, Final Fantasy, and Zelda, apparently. For some time, because those are like the most prolific games in this older times. You could just put no, you don't understand. You don't understand the vision. Zelda no Densetsu. Picross. Okay, I'm not playing this on stream. Okay, I will listen for all of you. For your sake, I am skipping some. 3. Final Fantasy 3? Yes, I'm waiting for Steam Winter Sale. Are you a smart fella or a fart smeller? I am a falin. Yes. About Freddy the Fish? No! I don't know these games. Listen, I never played these games as a kid, and I kind of don't have the nostalgia that a lot of people have for these, and I'm like, I don't know, I don't want to say I don't care, but like, they're low priority for sure. Sura's made the list this way, so by the time she comes to play them, they might be on sale. Exactly! You've seen the list. Your third eye has opened. Congratulations. No shit, you weren't even born when most released. So what? Steam sale for Final Fantasy? Yes. I'm waiting for the Steam Winter Sale so I can get the rest of my Pixel remasters. Because I only have 1 and 2 on my account, so with the sale I will be able to get them on an additional discount for owning some. So yeah. You're doing a 3D? No, we're not doing a 3D, we're doing the Pixel ones. We might check out the 3D one in the future, but not now. Not now. PISUP remaster? What the heck is PISUP? You guys are asking so many questions and I don't understand. I don't have the brains. Pixel? Yes, Pixel. Why are you puking on my pixels? I will put the pixels down your throat. Whether you like it or not. Let me see. What the fuck? Look, let us see all these beautiful games that the freaking website is showing us. There you go, this is the game you're playing. Commander Keen, Doom 2, Wolfenstein, Dragon Train. I'm not playing. I don't have that one. I have these 2. 3 on my list. 4. Not the rest. I don't really know what the heck the rest is. Hi, Vanya! Can we wait Wand of Gamelon? Yeah! Soon. Soon. I promise soon. I'm waiting to... Emulator on the website. Blazing Angels. What are those farting noises? Hello? Is that all we get? This is a great gameplay. Straight from 1989. What is Blazing Angels? Immersion. Enjoy the farts and pops and app. 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 Hello? Is this broken? I bet this game has some tunes. I bet it has more tunes than Tomb Raider. Can you work? Guys, this shit is broken. I'm playing a broken game. I'm sorry, I promised you great gameplay. I delivered a broken game. Shame. Shame on earth. Again? What do you mean again? What do you mean? Shit ass game. Shit ass emulator. Hold on, I have a better one. This one actually works. I thought it should work. Second game in a 2 games in a row? Why? Listen, this is this beautiful website called Online Old Games SK. Is it SK? Is it Slovakia? Question mark? Who the fuck knows? Beep. The Nebraska Cement Company? Is this like some Polish thing where you don't check to see if they work before the stream? No, that's just a VTuber thing. Cracked. Don't say those things on stream. Jesus, you're embarrassing me. Please insert side A. What the fuck do you mean? Ooh. You like me breaking things? You guys want to play some Arkanoid? Oh, there we go. Bro! I might have broken it again. I think I broke it. Oh, never mind. Ah! What the fuck is this music? Ah! You guys have it better. I made sure that it's quiet enough. Although I might put it even lower. What the? Ah! Pixel puke! Pixel puke! Why make it so complicated? It's complicated. 60 minutes left! Why the fuck is it controlling? Why is it controlling? Why is it mouse controls? Prince of Frog. I want to go this way. Why the fuck are you controlled? Sir! Wrong direction! Oh my god. The fuck is this game? I have regrets. So I didn't read the manual again. It says keyboard and mouse! What do you want from me? This shit. This shit is shit. Okay, regrets. I have so many regrets. We're not doing this. let's go back to what I have prepared. For real. Oh god. No, that's my mind. Kittens! Oh. Oh. E-ah-oo. Can I? Oh. Oh, I love it when the game window lets you just grab and stretch it. Good. Press any key to continue. Shit, I didn't start the music. What are we doing? We're playing an old-ass game. Ooh. Playing a very old-ass game. Why aren't you showing up? Sorry guys, you have just experienced hell. It wasn't supposed to happen. It wasn't supposed to happen. But it happened. Because it's me. It's me you're dealing with. So, yes. Oh, this will be difficult. Third time's a charm. Third time's a charm! Also, Vanya, I do remember your doodle. I will get there in a minute. Just making sure that. This one actually works and doesn't sound like my ears are exploding, so hey, that's nice. This game... In the Sultan's absence, the Grand Vizier Jafar rules within the Iron Fist of Tyranny. Only the obstacle remains between Jafar and the throne, the Sultan's beautiful young daughter. Is Prince of Persia the original Aladdin? Or some shit? Oh? Jaffa Cake? Look at him. Old fuck. Timer! Marry Jafar or die within the hour. All the princess's hopes now rest on the brave youth she loves. Little does she know that he is already a prisoner in Jafar's dungeons. Ooh. Programmer. Okay, but hold on. Hold on the horses. I'm not playing right now, by the way. This is the demo. Who's playing? What do you mean? Oh, the freaking... Right, never mind. Stop. Disney... Wait. So apparently the Sands of Time has a Disney movie. Somehow. Didoni. Anyway, doesn't matter. Let me catch up. I'm sorry, I feel like very chaotic today. Doodle. Another one. We'll never start this game. Oops. We will never start the game. Just random ass sounds in the background, don't mind me. This is Lara Croft! Her triangle boob. And I know you said she's supposed to be looking at a tomb, but I think she is too overwhelmed. Ignore like random game sounds in the background. You're doing something very important right now. Two screams. Look at this 3D. Brand new graphics of the year 2025. Whatever the fuck she was wearing in that game, I don't remember. Sorry, I'm trying to catch up on chat because I skipped some. I prefer the Sands of Time. I've played Sands of Time. It's like I've only played a couple of Prince of Persia games, but I like that one the most, I think. It sounds like someone's lining up your window. What? Last time they're missing the game. I watch Perculator. It's fine. It's part of the experience. Gaming stream, like, since I'm not playing. How is that an insult? You typed it wrong! It's L, not I! Oops. It's pounds-a-lay, not ped. Not that. No, you're tapping it wrong. Anyway, I hope you're enjoying this beautiful Lara Croft. Let me fix her brow. And now we're back to the game, I say, even though we haven't even started. BAM! Look, we have settings! Joystick threshold. Gameplay. Visuals. What? Prince of Persia in Polish? Książę Persji? We don't really... I don't think this was retranslated or anything. A lot of the times we actually... The media are not translated. Prince of Pierogi? No! Anyway, enjoy pain and suffering. Someone just redeemed the Polish mode. Boże. Zobacz jak biegnie. Lewo, prawo. Żaba. 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 Można iść powoli. Dziwne sterowanie. O Boże. Czyli teraz co? Czy coś jest u góry, czy nie ma nic u góry? No, jest tylko ściana, Ściana, Boże, to nie skacz tak dziko. Ty człowieku zwierzę. Żaba. Życie. Życie jest nowelą. Bla bla, bla 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 bla. Czasem chcesz się pożalić. O, no. Tam nie można iść. Tam nie można iść. Guzik. Robi guzik. Robi guzik. O. Padło! Szybko. Nie rozumiem, czy coś tu jest? Dużo miejsca. Mało. Takiego. Nie to. Żaba. Padnij. O! Życie jest nowelą. Musimy wejść. Polish mode is over. Polish mode is over. Jump mode. Look, guys, I am a frog. Oh, fuck. No! No, that's not a real thing. Listen, look, I'm a frog. Being a frog is difficult, okay? Being a frog is difficult! Because you cannot freaking turn around! Also, you cannot really jump while you're a frog. Fine. I will frog. How the fuck do I do this though? I can't! Now that isn't our problem. Can coordinate? Can force to play this like this for— No! You want me to become frog? Oops. Fuck. 56 minutes left! I have made no progress! How do I not get hurt? Is there a way to not get hurt? Frog died. Give you frog mode, but you don't make the whole game playable as frog. I know, right? What the fuck? Why is there a frog mode? No! Oh! Ahoy! Ahoy! Oh! You have to get closer to the edge. It's poor design. Poor design, even. I cannot read. No, no more squats. God damn it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Why the fuck did the game rest reset? I have figured out how to do squats so you can see it on a model. Enjoy. The rest of the stream, whenever you have to squat, you should say rivet? What the fuck? Thank you for the 6 bits. French. The controls are so weird. Like, I don't truly understand where blocks are ending. Hurry! Boing, boing. Boing, boing. We've been frogged. Hold on, I cannot frog this. Or I can, I guess, never mind. Whee! Frog controls take a bit to get used to, but it's very hard. Oh my god. I'd like to ask the creator if he was aware of the frog when he made this game. There should be an achievement for getting the frog. No! Guys, fuck the frog. Do not understand the suffering that the frog gives. I didn't get hurt. I figured out how to not make hurt. How to not make hurt? What the fuck am I saying? I didn't! I did that without frog. Because frog was too difficult. Stop going forward, you're gonna fall. Fuck. Flat. Got splatted. Oh my god. Guys, the controls in this game are crazy. Maybe I have to do it like this. Grog no may hurt. Grog care. Grog care a lot. What are you saying? The name limit is tight. I don't know why you're doing frog mode. Because I've been challenged. I do not understand fun. Oh. Wait. Never mind. Enough frog. It's like one of those games where the manual has vital information. I mean, I bet. But like... This is one... I don't know. Like, I have the controls. "55 minutes left!" You open the manual and it's a picture of a very handsome amphibian. Guy films it. Yeah. Guys, I did it! Get up, you fuck! Oh. A knife! Ah! How do I fight though? Is that a question? Is there a way to walk so he doesn't do that? You can only do this. You can go do steppies. Wherever build this place don't have an architect license? No, wait. How? What? The fuck? What are those? Eh? Anyway, I was just looking for what the fuck the controls are. Okay, controlling the game. How do you use a sword? All I get is turn left, turn right, jump or climb up, crouch or climb down, pick up things, careful step, jump left, jump right, grab onto ledge. Shift while falling is grab onto ledge. I want to check out what's over here, but I'm scared. Do you understand? Understand my fear? Oh. Mama. Ooh. I don't wanna die, but this is everywhere around me. Oh, drink. This looks like a trap. And I'm just gonna fall. Because I don't really need drinks. There are secret doors in this game? Jesus Christ. Oh, you can use careful step to not fall down. That's nice. You make a step but you don't fall. Oh, never mind. Sanjini, hi! Jesus. Excuse me, what the fuck is this? Excuse me? There's nothing here? What? Why'd I even go here? I thought this would be the solution. Wait. Wait. I know. With you humping the wall making those sounds? Get your mind out of the gutter! Your dinner? What do you have for dinner? No! Shit. Oh my god, what am I doing? What am I doing? Dinner is candy corn? No! Select up the manual, you only unsheath the sword automatically when you encounter an enemy. Oh. I see. What the fuck? I grabbed it! Boom, 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 boom. Like Prancer of Persia? Oh my god. Amanda! Come on! Fuck you! Can you go through this fucking door? Guys, my guy is stupid. He doesn't understand doors. Excuse me! Do I need like a key or some shit? Why can't I just leave? Hello? Hello? Guys, help. Help me. Frogs only. Oh, never mind. I figured it out. Is he okay? He will never be okay. Guys, there are 10 levels and I only passed one and it's been 10 minutes. So there's no way. There's no way. But it's okay, we're learning. You're learning. Level 2. 48 minutes left. Did you know that the movements? Yeah, I saw it. It's pretty cool. Actually been an hour, 10 minutes. Not true! We weren't playing the game through the entire time. Don't lie to me. Oopsie. You fuck. Why do you bleed blue? Come on. Fuck you. Aha! Jesus. The IBM release of the game had a flipped manual where you had the prince moving in the corner. Ooh, nice. A natural beast. Whoa. What is that to the right? Another fuck. Don't come closer. I told you not to come closer. Ow, you fuck. Oh, there you. Yeah, I expected that to be the case. Whee! Now we drink. Say what you will about Prince of Persia 8, but the prince was trapped the hell out. Listen, this might be an unpopular opinion, but I quite like that game. Even though it wasn't good, like story-wise, but like it was good enough. "45 minutes left." Fuck. What the fuck is that sound? Oh, god damn it! You're taking too big steps. Your feet are too giant. Too gigantic. Stop taking big steps. Who are you, orange man? Fuck. I pressed the wrong button. Do you have any idea? I know, right? What is this? Magic potion? Oh, that was poison. That was poison. How do I do this? Fell for it. God damn it. Fuck off. You blue man. Who left this delicious Gatorade here? Is this whole level just a fighting gauntlet? I think this is supposed to teach you how to fight. Which... not to... This is a trap. I'm not doing that. I bet you could do that, but I'm terrible. I wouldn't be able to. Oh. Not this way. Manuel mentioned something about a party, but I think just killing them works. There's a party? Ooh, hi! Block is good. What is the point of blocking when they're still in your way? Oh no, there's a purple man. You press up to block. But I mean, you're gonna kill them anyway. Fuck off. Purple man! No! God damn it. I'm trying to block. Okay. I see. I don't really see the point of blocking when you just have to kill them anyway, honestly. Because if you block an attack, you will always hit. Oh. Ow! The fuck? See, I'm terrible at blocking. It's better if I just don't do it. But it puts me back if I do that. I feel like you guys have information that's only correct for some people, and not me, because I'm a fool. Dun, dun, dun. A frog is not concerned with itself with blocking. Exactly. Frog has no need for such things. 40 minutes left. Stop scaring me. I'm full. I'm full. Yes, I'm full. Assassin's Creed before Assassin's Creed? Yeah. Makes sense, to be honest. Okay, I'm learning. Assassin's Creed was a Prince of Persia game? I didn't know that, but yeah, I can see it. Shit. A Prince of the Assassin. Your feet are too big! God damn it, sir. Prince of the Frog. Ow! Fuck. Pressing the wrong button. Assassin's Creed should just ditch the modern segments, man. I quite like the original, the modern segments in the original, but then they kind of dropped the ball. No! Fuck, stupid. Fuck you. Desmond is ass. Ass. Fuck. You know what the problem is? You know what the problem is? To parry, you have to press up. So I press up, and then my brain goes, oh, so it will be fitting if the attack was, you know, the arrow button. But it's not, it's shift. So I press the wrong fucking button every single time. No attacking, you're now forced to parry? What the fuck? Whatever. Works. How much do I have to parry? Ow! Like all the fucking time? Can I even win this? Or do you want me to parry forever? I'm so the first to try and parry and dodge a bit. Mama. Ooh. Don't say that to Amanda. Fish! Fish! No parrying? Oh god. You guys are just playing with me now. I'm like your Tamagotchi. Kill! I make sure to make it everyone's problem. Oh my god, I grabbed the edge. The ledge even. I thought I didn't. I'm aggressive! Fuck! this is how no pairing works. No pairing ends. Too late. I did it. Snake wants revenge for his father's tomb snatched by Laura. Jesus Christ! It's just getting crusted.
No!
Ow, you frick. Mama. This would be the most beautiful sketch you'll ever see. I mean, doodle. I've never seen such beautiful art. So it's getting more and more intense. It's not even part of this game! You're not ready for this beautiful art. Oh no, tangent! There you go. I hope you are enjoying this beautiful, beautiful art. And now I go back to the game. Oh my god. I'm really curious about how if the Apple.
I see you're trapped in my gay and stupid maze again.
Fuck off. 30 minutes. Fuck off. I never finished this game. I lost connection. Goodbye, Chris. How the hell are you gonna beat this in 30 minutes? We're not. That's a secret. What the heck is Twitch doing? Which is very important. How dare you? Stop hiding in the walls! You're back, welcome back! Wait, I think that's where the... Texture check. God damn it. They won't let me frog. Did they say frog? I mean shrimp. They won't let me frog. Come to me, you purple freak. Thing is, oh, platform. I have baloney. Yo, we did it! Getting banned from his channel because I asked to say Grzegorz Brzęczyszczykiewicz.
Hello, everyone!
Hello, everyone! Level 3! And I have 28 minutes left. It's fine. It's fine, I say, even though it's not really fine. Oh. Good. Time to get snapped. This is where the title comes from, by the way, if you're curious. Don't say that. How many minutes are right? Stop it! God damn it. Ooh, skull and bones. On bones. Never. God damn it. I'll have to learn how to get over these traps, but for now I'm not really sure if I have to, so let's just run around. But yeah, if you're wondering how the heck do I have the Snapchat machine in my house, why do you have that in your house? Explain. Uh-oh. Will this fall if I step on it? It will. Oh, this is stupid. I say, even though it's just me being scared. Honestly, oh, I didn't finish my sentence. You're wondering how the heck I intend to finish the game in 20 minutes. Well, I don't really think I will this time, but this was just a practice run. So we will get over it eventually, I hope. I did it! My name is Sora and I'm scared. I am. Yesterday on my birthday, a friend of my ex-girlfriend tried to ask me out. Second time? What the heck? Why? Boom. Boom, boom. I'm being asked that. Oh my goodness. What the fuck? How did I... Eh? How did I do that? I was in there and I was fine, and then the second time it clapped, it cut me in half. I don't understand. You got... Wait, but then you must... Yeah, I was surprised. I was like, what? How? How did that kill me? What the fuck is this? Blop. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Hold up. Bologna slicing avoided. I need to get my nerves under control. We have to frog a little bit. Hi Higa! Did you know that Prince of Persia lets you be a frog? It has a frog mode. Only for the most professional of gamers. Oh god. You wanna see the Bologna slice? You saw it though. Frog of Persia. That would be an interesting game. I don't know why I did that. I didn't really need to. Where the hell is the button? Button! Prince of Persia. He should Wait, this is the end, right? I've been here before. Yeah. Wait. Up there. I think that's the platform to open the door. Oh no! How do I get there? Jesus Christ, that was a big ass jump. Oh my god, what are you doing? What are you doing? You fool! I'm getting a little bit better with controls. So that's good news. The bad news is I don't know where the platform is to open the door. I don't need help. Unless... Stop screaming. Stop scaring me with the timer. Timer! What the fuck was that? Over here! Wait, there's nothing on this side. Don't fall. Don't be a fool. The true hell. You know, hydrate to make up for all that blood loss. Okay. Oh my goodness. You know, the weird part is, this is not a bad game.
Hello, everyone.
When I was a kid and I saw somebody play this, I thought it was terrible because the controls were shit. But the thing is, it's a bit more nuanced. You need to be very, shit. Hurry the fuck up! He didn't jump, guys! A lot of deliberate movements, yeah, exactly. You need to be very careful of how you position the guy so that he... Oh my god. Good job. So that he actually does what you want him to do. This is kind of like playing Tomb Raider again. So if you do not position Laura on the very edge of some platform, whatever the fuck, then she will not grab the edge, or she will like hit her head instead. And this is kind of the same deal here. So, you know, I guess in a way playing Tomb Raider has prepared me for this, even though it should be the other way around, but it's just my fault for playing it the wrong order. Tomb Raider is very much influenced by this. It's kind of built to be a 3D version of Prince of Persia. Makes sense. Which is also why I really liked both of the series growing up. I was like, oh, Tomb Raider and Prince of Persia, those are the ones I like. Hurry up! How the fuck am I supposed to do that? How? Also, test. Can you even jump over there? Like... How? Movement is very grounded compared to the future Prince of Persia games? That's true, yeah. You got the big running jump you did accidentally? Shit, but I did it accidentally. I don't really know how to do it on purpose. Is this guy the Prince of Persia? Apparently so. Oh my god. Let me try again. See, and now he didn't even try. I don't know, Persians were so blonde. Oh god. Oh my god. Bloody, bloody flesh. Bloody, bloody feet. The crumpled flesh. The manual mentioned if you press the jump button early, he automatically jumps at the right time. Ah. Maybe he got his hair bleached? Maybe so. Stop falling! I know I have 15 minutes. So let's test this theory. I like how the manual that I have, it wasn't rich, this is just, you know, a text file for the port that I'm using, the open source port. It just says, controlling the kid. Hello, Ellie, you say. Oh, hold up. Oh! Okay. I know I died, but listen, I understand now. That was before! That was before I tried my theory! Don't judge me. It's all about progress. The process. And all of that jazz. Oops. I tried to do it fast. Not do it too fast. Is what she said for getting turned into an android? Yes, exactly. See, you know the lore. You're the only one. The crumple animations are so funny. He just goes, ah! I pressed shift! Why didn't you grab the ledge? Mama! Ooh. If this is level 3, can you imagine what the heck the rest is? I'm scared. Survival eludes him. Me too. We have to do it, sir! No! Fuck! I was too fucking slow! I think it's because we grabbed the freaking ledge of the first one. Hurry! Hurry! Hurry, I believe! Luckily! Oh my god, we did it. What is this now? What is this? Why do I feel like there's a trap behind this or some shit? This level design. And when I'm prancing more Persia, no! Oh Jesus! Should have been searched for secret doors. I have no idea how these work in this game. The ancient Persians have giant steel teeth traps like that. Exactly. That's who made them up. That's who invented them. Didn't you know? They're genius. Yeah, this is history accurate. Ah! What do you mean? Yes. Oh. Guys, this game has a freaking not quick save. Checkpoint. Don't go this way. Oh, but this is a shortcut. Funnily enough, we kind of figured it out. Listen, I was just like running. I didn't expect that thing to come to life. Like, you know, on one hand, I shouldn't have expected that because that's like one of the most popular screenshots of the game, and yet I didn't think of that. Can you even kill a skeleton? I think I have to make him fall. Fuck. There you go. What the fuck? This shit is still alive? Fuck. Look at him! He's just going. God damn it. The Steam Scholar? You have scholars in the chat? It's pretty cool how they made the skeleton persist between screens. I bet this was hard to code and shit. Yeah. I didn't think about that, but you're correct. Got me out. What if I just... Not that! Exactly. Fuck it. You should play Another World if you want to see stuff that should have been impossible back then. Another World, you say. Coding is easy and sketch should be... That sounds like adding 300 different constants. Second, hold. I'm gonna write that down. Another World, because I don't know that. Ow. Also, I don't know if you've noticed, but when the skeleton like gets hit and goes back, it looks like his hand has flesh from it for a second there. Like a frame or two. God damn it! Too much calcium? You're correct. I'm afraid of calcium. It was called Out of This World in the US because of copyright. I see. That doesn't really change anything for me, but not good to know. Needs block button. See, the problem is that he draws the sword too slow. My god! I've been sliced up. Oh god, 6 minutes left. Prompt. Icy dicey. Hi, Saru. You have pizza? What kind of pizza are you getting? Pizza! Hydrate. Okay, thank you. We need to restart from the beginning when time runs out, I guess. I had pizza once. Can you just run through? I checked. I freaking picked the worst freaking timing. Oh my god. Oh, you can. They made this game from the insane asylum. Well, in this version that I'm playing right now, this is a open source port, basically the same as the DOS version, but you don't need the freaking DOS box to run it, which is why I'm using this open source. Yes. You fuck. Fuck off. So yeah, this version that I'm using, it has saves. That's... Why am I so terrible at... What am I doing? Oh god. This version has saves, yes, that's what I meant to say, and I just interrupted myself like 3 times. So, when the time runs out and I'm starting from the beginning, I think I'm going to, like, make a save state every time I finish a level. But yeah, for now I figured, you know, I'm just gonna keep failing anyway, so that's fine. That's not fair! Stop hitting me before I can even draw the sword properly. Little Big Adventure recommendation. Just pretend you're a frog. You know what? You are correct. I should be a frog. The ass is grass, which is ironic. What? Are you guys losing your marbles? Where did Little Big Adventure come up? You guys say you're seconding it. I didn't see the first mention. Stop it! Why am I so bad at fighting this guy? Stop it, get some help. I need help. I definitely need some help with my brain. I don't know what the sound was. Ignore it. Ignore it. As Bing Bong would say, you should ask your friends for help. Oh my god, 20 seconds left. Why am I even trying? Ah, fuck you. Ha ha ha. Prince, get the fuck down! Hey, I figured out you can skip the skeleton. Except I failed. 3, 2, 1. Ah. She's been eaten. She became a rug. She's been consumed by loneliness. Okay, another frog. She's naked? What do you mean? Where the heck did you see a naked person? The game over is unsettling. Yeah, those were pillows. What do you mean? Open your eye. Open. Open your bones. Oh. And the other separated screen? What? Boing boing. Ah, shit. I've been told not open my balls in public anymore. Oh, my bone marrow was gonna spill on the floor. Oh god. Oops. I got hurted. Ah, stop flashing me! You freak! Phone. Here, if you open your balls, you should see a doctor. That's not supposed to happen. Hold on. Restart it. We've wasted precious minutes on being stupid. And by me, I mean me, but you know, whatever. Too big. You can share blame. Why do you want to share blame? What did you do? Explain yourself. Boing. Remember I banned parrying? Those stats are on me. Oh, fine. Ah! La la la. La 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 la. Parry this, you filthy casual. See, I'm trying to be fast. And I'm failing. And I'm dying. Don't be fast in games. Be very slow. Remember, being slow is good for you. Would I miss I sneezed? Oh, just a couple of deaths. Nothing to worry about. Don't get up. Jesus. I like the boing sound. I'm normal. Chris, what does that mean? It's a Chris? Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Just normal sounds. Boing, boing, boing. Boing, boing, boing. Bozo. No! Don't bozo me! Sounds like farts? What does sounds like farts? Sound, even. Pack, what, rip, bozo? I'm reading the chat and my brain is like very confused. Whee. Boing boing. Do I have to explain Cohen Angle jokes? No. This guy looks like more like Luke Skywalker than any Persian. You're correct. Oh my god. You're correct. It's crazy, actually. Do you think that's on purpose? Or did it come out this way by accident? Prince, you're a Jedi. Are you saying all blonde dudes look the same? Kinda fucked up. Fuck you. Bum, bum, bum. God damn it! What are you doing? Beep, beep. 58 minutes left. Can I start the next level, please? Quick save. Thank you. Fuck you. 2 minutes on the first level, 20-minute run incoming. You wish. If only. They got the stupidest guy to guard your cell. Have you seen any guy guard my cell? I think that was the first issue. Oh no. I'm getting better at the jumps. Ow! I say, and then I get hurted. I didn't need to avoid that, but... La 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 la. Don't wee me, I die! Remember kids drink from random bottles you find on the ground? Only from red colored bottles. Don't green the blue. Don't what? Don't drink the blue. Don't green the blue. Oh god, my brain. Someone add that quote, please. Jesus. Don't green the blue, jeez. I can't. My brain is just not braining. Right, we will not be doing that. French. What I need to... But I need to protect the humans. Shit. Ding ding ding. Jog. I have this quote command, but I'm not sure. I don't remember how the shit works. I'm not sure if any of you will be are willing to freaking experiment with that. What the heck did I just do? Wait, you can just ignore them. Would you chug? What? What if Prince is not a prince? Actually, I mean, technically he's not a prince, to be honest, in this game. Not yet, at least. There's different interface and chapters don't have prefs to it. Oh, that might be it. God damn it. You have to win for Planet's independence? Jeez. But I don't have a lot of health left. Hold on. Let me try something. Independence from what? Today is Poland's Independence Day. Oh, you can't walk on these if you're just being slow. It's like Tomb Raider, actually. Funnily enough. Finally. Oh, I got an additional health thing. Oh god, what the fucking timing, man. Oh god, I swear. What's racist? Pierogi? Went from 3 to 4. Ah! Oh shit. Wow, wow. Funnily enough, no! God damn it. First! Your feet! God damn it. I hell. I hell. Boing boing. Eh. Zeroth. Zeroth! You can't Zeroth, I am Zeroth. You create the exact same clip. Ah, you fuck. Why am I getting worse? Guys, is it just me or am I getting worse? No! Both? Oh no! This is where all my patience has gone. Work! Greek! Took! Wank! Why are his feet so big? Would you eat with a knife? Maybe. Oh, fuck it, you can just go this way. Shit. With a Nike? No! Could drink a shoey? Oh my god. Ow. No! God damn it. Nice. How did I not die? I would download a car. You wouldn't download the Prince of Persia. Would you download the Prince? Fuck. Glitch. I'll download the princess. Oh my god. No! Hey, whoever said to me that if I... what's the word? If I parry, then the next attack I will hit has lied to me. See? It's been a lie! Whoops. Why are the NPCs getting better? You didn't answer my question? What? Wait, hold on. What did you say? I'm sorry, I must have missed your question. You're learning? Oh my god! Can we stop NPCs from learning? Not supposed to be smarter than me. Dusty high. Independence from what? Oh man, you'll have to Google. From everything. From life. From existence. From the neighbors. Oh. Ah. Yeah, you just insert whatever you want in there and it will be correct. Independence from everything. Venusia. I didn't know Poland specifically has been invaded by Venus, but you know, nothing will surprise me. Independence from vodka? No, 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 no. The Venus War of 1956. What the hell? Beam, 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 beam. I'm cheesing a little bit. Guess we've seen enough of this level. God damn it, I did it again. I tried pressing up instead of shift for attacking. And not up, left. Independence from independence. Exactly. I want to know, is there anything on this side? Oh. Apparently there was something on the other one. Let me drink it and hopefully not get hurted this time. I wonder if... I have a feeling that I might have to do this differently. I wonder if this additional life point will persist between levels, or if it's just for now. Because if yes, then I'll have to try harder, I suppose, in later levels. Keep up. And, you know, get as much health as possible. It persists until you die. Oh. Then I will die forever. What? 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 Thank you, I'm die forever. I can't die even if you kill me to death. See, I don't have those kind of beautiful abilities. Aim. Where are you going? God damn it. Step is too big. I dig these guys' fashion sense. How can you tell what he's wearing? 52 minutes left. God damn it. I didn't really do all that great in this level. Anyway, here we are back to this one. And I will have you remember, I only did half of this level before I run out of time. Really? I think it's having wild imagination. Oh my god. It sounds like Luigi? Maybe he's Luigi. What if Luigi was a prince? Mario adopted him to take away his rights. Now he has him believe. This is what I get for making up shit theories. Oh my god. The long lost prince of Italy. Oh god. You know what? I might not be able to make it. You know, 10 levels. Oh, never mind, I'm stupid. I cannot count. Though I will not finish that sentence, that thought, but you might probably imagine what I wanted to say. Mamma mia! There was an Italian Luigi. What am I saying? There was an Italian Luigi? What the fuck? Great thinking, yo. Here we are, back to the skeleton. First, fun fact, speaking of counting, English counts in base 12 and French in base 20. I know that French does that, but base 12? Oh. Skeletor! The guy who discovered bioelectricity was named Luigi. In English, we have words. I still have my 4 hearts. You see 10, 1, 2. Oh. You guys like... Are you throwing out random facts to like throw me off guard or what? Oh my goodness. If yes, then that's working. Oh. Fuck it. I wanted the cheese and I died. I was like, wow, I managed to get on the other side. I can just ignore the skeleton, and then I failed. And then I got cut in half. In 1972, a crack commando unit was sent to prison by a military court for a crime they didn't commit. What? Oh god. Why is he doing that? Stop it. Stop it. Guys, we did it! Hell yeah! Yay! Princess. Princess. Oh! This looks different! What army? What? 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 What army? What the fuck is this place? Boing. What army? Mamma mia. What is this level? Like, we gotta dip, enjoy pushing all over the place or something. Okay, thank you. Oh wow. Ow, you freak. I say as the only freak here. I don't even know why I'm here. Sir, wait! Here we are. New level. Less brain. Let's go. Makes me think about the fact that um Ron. Makes me think, did you know it's not the speed but the sudden stop that kills you? That makes sense. Makes sense. Wait, what? Oh! Five! Hmm. Him? Hello? Can I get over here from the other side? Oh my god. Give me a freaking heart attack! What does this even open? Not this. Okay. Okay, paste it because I didn't write the whole thing. Bing. 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 Fuck it. Oh no. Oh my god, what am I doing? Can you learn to the snap? I don't think so. I could try. God damn it! I can't get the... Oh! I can't get this down from the... Edit your guide dying to toy game that says... Footballs and... What the fuck? Did he just randomly start screaming? Wait, did he scream? I didn't notice. My brain is not here anymore, I'm sorry. What's that 300 IQ move? I'm sorry, I'm like only partially paying attention. I'm doing stuff without thinking. Where did you put your brain? I think it would. Oh. I think my brain is asleep. Look at this dance. Breaking the floor from below. Yes. Do you like the processes that occur in my brain? Can you do more? Oh god. I am bread. I just remembered something. I have to play I Am Bread. Not for like a random reason. I actually had that on a as a goal during a charity stream. Oh my god, what the f— So, bread, I guess. Someday we will bread. Come closer, don't be afraid. It's just a little thing. It's just a funny snippy snapper. Fuck. Bim bim bim. Posture check. But I want to be shrimp! I wanted to go back to get health. You became a shrimp. I was a shrimp. Even a shrimp. Jesus. More chopped liver than shrimp? Why are shrimp liver shrimped? What? Bing 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 bing. What? I will you. Ah. Have I perhaps fucked it up for myself. My stomach did ooh. Ooh. Time for shrimp mode. I mean frog. Oh my god. Guys, we did it. Oh. Oh. Mind. I might not have made it. The drink! I know the drink, but... Fuck the drink. Friends! We have to destroy the ceiling. Uh-oh. 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 We have an issue. We are having an issue. Oh. That too. But I cannot take out the sword. That's the problem. I could technically try maybe like running into it, jumping into it or some shit, but I cannot figure out what I could possibly do with that mirror. I think you might be correct about that because it makes sense. It just... I'm not really sure how to execute that. When in doubt, shit and fart? No! Don't do that. Oh my god. 45 minutes left. When I doubt punch the closest person, I also would recommend that, but you do you. Hmm. Ah, Hugh! Stop it! Bum, 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 bum. I think on this side there's also a guy. Yeah. Prince, we're not fighting him! Fuck him! Oh god. I guess there's no fighting. He has more health for some reason. Oh. Oh, whatever the fuck. Mama. Ooh. I keep fucking up. I am stupid. Bing, bing, bing. Why you only sing one song? I'm sorry, I only know one song. Murder. You have to help me come up with a better song. If you don't like it. It's the song of all of my adventures. Oops. Popcorn. Popcorn is also a song of my adventures. In different games. Jeez. Super Kali, what the fuck is that? Oh! 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 I might have fucked that up. But the first fall. I think that's where my clone comes from. Which you might not know about, but if you go around, can you— what do you mean 7 levels to go? There's only 10. Are you doing it on purpose? If you know that there's technically a clone that you fight later, and I'm just wondering if you avoided that mirror, then can you not find the clone? Question mark. You solved 1/6 the puzzle of the 7th portal. 7 portals. What are you saying to me, sir? Ooh. What the actual fuck is this level? I have not played Hexen! Don't bro me! Do something like— what the fuck? Oh god. Hexen is far down on the list. What year is Hexen from? I will eye you. Stop eyeing me. God damn it. I know it's like a Doom game, but stop beating my ass. I'm just a fool. I'm just a prince without shoes. At least you have shoes. We must get the drink. I'm not fixing. I'm not anything. Bing bing. Bing bing. You fuck! My clone stole my drink. You fool! I know her. You clone like drinking? God damn it. My potion! Must be Polish? Oh god. Ah. What the fuck? Ah. What the hell? What the hell? Ooh. This guy looks like his stomach hurts. He has a stomach bug. I think. Wait, I see what I have to do. Oh my god. There's a side between the people I know. The best drinkers are Polish. Well. I'm not adding my 2 cents to that, but makes sense. Oops. My drink. And what level do you even fight your clone? Because I don't remember. Ober. The country has fallen. I've fallen, I can't get up. Bing bing bing. Beautiful little child. Is it snowing in Poland? No. Who knows if it even will be snowing this year? Weather is shit. Oh no. You piece of shit. The time will come where I will kill it, but I think this was actually part of like what made this game scary for people. The freaking clone. Why you know snow? It's winter? It's not winter. Also, it's not my fault. Oh, fuck. That the seasons are fucked. It's... what? What are you saying to me? What are those words? Why me? God damn it, I got trapped in here. I didn't have to come here. You have to kiss or marry yourself to become one again. It's not my duty! Stop putting more work onto me! Yeah. Oh, I said duty, did I? God dang it. Ay ay ay. Oh. More help! I think I might have fucked this up. Oh, never mind. Never mind, if I somehow managed to do it despite everything. Come to me. Jesus. Slime! Why is there green slime oozing out of you? Hey, we did it! This was actually quicker than like the last two levels. Oh no! Oops, I skipped, but you know what, doesn't matter. Yippee! 35 minutes left. Oh, maybe I shouldn't have saved. What the fuck? Guys, let's jump. Whee! Sorry, I had to. It was stronger than me. beating the Luigi allegations? What do you have to Luigi? Stronger! Stronger enemy! Oh my fucking god. These Halo games are on the Blur engine? I don't know what that means. What? I have not played Halo actually. I don't know anything about Halo. Yes, I figured you made the game engine, you already mentioned it, but what about it? Jesus. The only other game stops the zombie? What the heck? What is that? Why is this soldier? Soldier? What am I saying? You're so tough! What the fuck? Stop it! Can I eat your bones? What is this? It's the fucker's clone! Have I released him? I've erased myself from the mortal coil. Hi, you didn't kill me. Blonga. Oh, that's what you mean by Luigi. I only now realized because the scream was longer than earlier. Bing bong, bing bong. Saving, fuck it. You fuck! Oh! What? Little become my friend. What is green? Fun. Mama, ooh, I don't wanna die. Fuck. Oh my god, what am I doing? Did you see an explosion of blood? Well, not what I meant to do, but I mean, I would have ended up here anyway. Bing, bing, bing. What? What is this? Also, wait. There's two... Oh. Healing. Why is the dungeon ugly again? We've been thrown into hell. By the Antichrist himself. God damn it. That fiend! Oh my god. Evil, evil brother. As expected. What is this? Nani? Oh. No! Ah. I say I want to know what the green thing is. Actually, let me check something. Can I maybe... Look at this fiend. Nah. Okay, I wanted to know if maybe if I jump differently, I can grab that, but no. Press no one. Wait, save here, so I don't have to do it again. Stop doing that! Don't you know I'm a fool? You know I'm a fool. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, I say, and I died the same way that you died. Hmm. Hmm. Open up! Can I grab some coffee? Oh yeah. Very much loved. Wait, there's another guy over here, isn't there? At least soon enough. But yeah, there's no way I'm finishing this game today. So I'm probably gonna practice a little bit more and then I'm gonna sleep. Bonk him. Bonk, bonk. Remember? Bonk. Remember, bonk is a good way to bonk. Don't scare me by time. With time, even. Bing bong bong bing. The good thing is, I don't actually need that right now. Some names are hilarious. Like what? Can't just say that and not even bring an example. God damn it. Wait, this is level 7? Donk, donk, donk. Oh god. Boing, boing, boing. Oh, you. when I played this back in '92. Oh my goodness. Did you like it? I watched some kid play it when I was in middle school because they had some old ass computer and it looked very difficult at that time. I still, you know, I think it is quite difficult even now. God damn it. I pressed the jumps too late. Yeah, and I wasn't able to finish it. Fair. I mean, it does... It does what? What brain? Where are we going with this? It's very tricky with like controls and shit. Why jump when you can just make very small steppies? Hello, fellow Boomer-chan. Oh god. There was a gate on the other side anyway, so... God damn it! In ad jail, oh no! God damn it, I'm pressing the wrong buttons! You get a repetition. Enjoy. Look how beautiful. Okay, I'll stop. But just because. I'm fucking it up in so many places. Mama. Fuck. I think at this point it's like fatigue kicking in. Dun, dun, dun. I'm getting really sleepy. Boing. Why did I do it again? Why did I do it again? You know, the person who made this game had a little better. Yeah, I actually have read an article before I played today because I wanted to like I wanted to know which version is as close to the original as possible, you know, the Apple II one. And I found that the DEL's version was basically the same thing. And yeah, they actually mentioned that the guy recorded his younger brother, and I also found out that the younger brother is these days a CEO of some freaking company in New York, and he said that it was funny how he would like flail his legs around before climbing up, and most of the frames were cut because it was definitely a lot longer than what made it into the game. He said that he was not athletic at all at the time. I think he was 15 or 16, I don't remember how much it said. But it's pretty cool. Go to sleep, I will soon. Don't rush me. Fuck. You also have the one close to this with the prince. The better one. Ooh. Oh, I did it! You ever done climbing like this? No? Have you? Wait, actually, why did I do this? Why did I do this? I ask myself. Aye, fuck. His dead body fell through the crate. The crates? The grates? What am I saying? The part where you pull your whole body up with your arms. Hurts me. Get a haircut. Whee! Guys will be drinking the green thing. What does it do? Slow falling? Wow. What's this? No, 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 no. There's something nice on the other side, but I'm not risking it. The grapes. What grapes? You know what? I said I'm not finishing it today, but... What is that? Is it a rat? It's a rat! Squeak, squeak, squeak! I said I'm not finishing it today, but it's already level 8! So... Wait, blue was bad. Don't drink blue. Okay. Okie dokie. I bet that the thing I skipped was some kind of potion, but I saw it and I was like, no, I don't want to do it again. Come on. Come on, I'm waiting. You have to press the buttons in the correct order, otherwise he will attack instead of parrying first, And then it just goes to shit. Can't believe Mr. Shield shut up. No, czerwone. I'm fucking dead. I'm playing terribly. Alright, you guys were in ad. In ad hell. Goodbye. Ooh. This guy is purple like grapes. I have future vision. You do have future vision. How did you know? How did you know he's gonna be purple? Boing. Boing. How many minutes left? Trade secret. Oh, god damn it. Did you know that you can walk on spikes only if you do it very slowly? There's some freak upstairs. Ega. Do they have different colored guys actually, like... Is there any difference between them? Or is it just to confuse me? I think the idea is that he's carefully moving between the spikes. I guess so, but yeah, I just find it funny. Because that's not really a thing in many games. Which is, like, additionally funny, because this was one of the favorite, one of the early ones, actually, so... What the fuck is that? Whoa. Whee! Okay, did it. I mean, part of it. I just realized I wasn't really checking. Oh. You didn't have to drink it. A lot of these hidden places. No. In the beginning I was checking everything. Oh fuck. I got two. Ay. Ay ay. I got overconfident. Sad. Don't we're doing it again. Whoa. Sometimes the animation isn't like completely telling what's happening, because as you can see over here, I technically ran into the spikes, but it didn't hurt me because I was not pressing the button anymore or something. I don't know. It's you, the green fool. Oh, you hurt me. You shreked fool. Meow, meow, meow. Whee! Ah! Ow, 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 ow. Oh. I saved here, never mind. I wanted to... We indeed... No! Or... God damn it. Well... I guess it's good that I saved here because I'm stupid and doing the same mistake over and over again. Ooh. Wait. Small steppies. Because this fuck is coming after me. Oh my god. Jesus. Friends, you're a fool. Boing, boing. No, 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 no. Listen, frog mode. And we jump up. What? What? Oh, that just opens the door behind me. Why though? Wait. Wait. Uh-oh. Why is this locked? Why is this closed? No. Sure. Where's the thing that opens that? We are in trouble. I know. 15 minutes! We are in trouble. And I don't know how to open the door. God damn it. Why is it open now? Oh, come on! It's all the same thing. I have my soul. Oh yeah, yeah. If you're wondering why, it's because I do not want to waste that plate, floor plate, or whatever the fuck. It will help me later. Oh my goodness. Although... You know, 18 minutes left. I don't think I can finish this game in that time. I might have fucked it up. God damn it! Fuck off. We built the city. We built the city on rock and roll. We built the Oh, Will! Wait! I think now that his body is on that shit, I don't think it will close. Well, now it will, but... What? How have I managed to fuck it up this bad? I'm hydrating. Oh my god. I was like, hell yeah, I managed to cheese it, and then and then karma hit me. Oh god. Why? I hit answers on something? What are the questions? Wet as splat. How do you guys take a bath when you have the Christmas carp swimming in the bathtub? I'm not the one to be asked, because my family has never had a Christmas carp in the bathtub. I think my mom said that when she was a child that it was a thing, but she always found it like kind of disgusting, so she never did that, never let that happen at our house. At our house. But also I think people just like use freaking what's it called? Like a big plastic bowl. In the toilet? Don't put the carp in the toilet. What did it do to you? damn it! Why would you press the button? God damn it! Can't carp? Oh Jesus. Christmas. Oh my god, it's freaking Christmas in a month. In a bit. It's crazy. Do you guys like Christmas? Genuine question. My mother hates it, but like most of the people I know like it. Despite everything. I'm kind of like torn. I'm not sure what to think about it. I don't love it, but I don't really hate it either. Come to me. Oh, you fool. You will regret this. Ding 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 ding. Jesus Christ, I thought I fucked it up. I don't think Polish people eat meat for Christmas. Yeah, we do not. I mean, not on the Christmas Eve, but on the Christmas day itself, then we can have like meat for the dinner. But yeah, like generally speaking, in Poland, Christmas Eve is sort of more important than the Christmas days themselves, which is funny. Damn it. Mama. Ooh. I don't wanna die. Luigi, I scream. I mean, most of Eastern Europe is like what's the word? Like the religion is kind of different actually, because most of Poland is Catholic despite everything, which. Oh, he fell. Oh, that's sad. Like a lot of Western Europe too. Oh my god! No! Orthodox? Yeah. I think, yeah, most of like Eastern Europe is Orthodox. I like your input. I still don't know the difference with each to this day. It's... Honestly, it's like part of what they find holy and stuff. But I'm not an expert. God damn it, what am I doing? Ah. It's really hard to explain like 1,000 years of history. Come closer. Don't be afraid. It's just a sword. Oh, you fell, and now I cannot use you as a button. Ah. My button. Oh. Wait, did I fuck it up? Oh, maybe not. Fuck it, I'm not doing big jumps. I'm cheesing. Terrible timing. Terrible timing number 2. Terrible timing number 3. Oh my god. How am I supposed to do it if it's on the edge of the fucking screen? Oh my god. Wait. Excuse me. Are you telling I'm stuck inside? Mouse! A mouse saved me! Oh god. Hell yeah! If I had this on. I'm sorry. I'll have to add blob for like followers only. Because I... Thank you, mouse, you helped me. Do you want a snack? Level 9. But I have like, what, 10 minutes left? 15, okay. Maybe I can do it. What I wanted to say. Forgot. I forgot. Oh, well, since we'll be getting more emotes, that's why I'm thinking I'm probably gonna change the non-Sura ones to followers. Because we won't have too many slots for all of that. You're full! I thought I could... What? I pressed the button. I cheated. I fell through. Fuck, I didn't get to make my servant make emojis. It's okay. I'm thinking that if anything, I might need stuff for spring. But so if I remember correctly, my little calendar thing is said 4 months left for what I'm planning, so fuck. The cats love your stream. Hi cats! The maze be all like chomp. Oh, it was hungry for my blood. For my blood. Ah, fuck. Yeah, I also hope everyone's well. Oh, Harai! Hi, Dory, I didn't notice you, somehow. Well, at least I didn't say hi. Forgive me. I'm a fool. Bing bing bing. I'm never coherent, that's the thing. This is the one advantage I have. That was such a noise. All I can do is noises. Jump! Jump! Very beautiful. Very, very, very. Why does this thing get smaller when he drink it? What the fuck am I saying? What I try to say is that when he drinks the potion gets smaller. Oh my god. Sorry, man. Became a pillow of flesh. "10 minutes left! Wait, actually. Something is wrong here. He's gonna end up fully castrated by the Oh. Oh, I cannot believe this. I was like, oh yay! I figured it out by accident, and then I fell and died. Yes. Are ads playing, by the way? Because I'm not sure if Sorrybot is actually letting me know now. I think it was supposed to. God. Popcorn flavors. Pop shit. Get speared. Oh, fuck. Get splatted. Oh my god. Sound design is even more cursed than I remember. What do you remember about it? God damn it. Sorry for the mouth sounds. I played it demo like 20 years ago. Tried for 10 minutes, died a bunch. Gave up. No mouth sounds cringe. Oh my goodness. Bing, bing, bing. Please. Please. I don't know who I'm begging, but I'm begging. Begging you. He's wearing those pajamas. Oh, God damn it. let me cheese a little bit. So we don't see this freaking screen over and over again. Really have to go down first. Fuck. Fuck. game this cruel. Cheating is morally correct. You know what? You are correct. Considering you originally only have an hour to do this. I can't imagine how many times people had to repeat this shitty game to play it. I didn't stretch, I'm sorry, I'm gonna stretch now. Uah. Ow, my shoulder. But yeah, like, how many times did people have to repeat this game to, you know, actually be able to do whatever the fuck? Don't have your shoulder pop, don't have your hip hip hop. No, don't scare me with 10 minutes. Although 10 minutes is like nothing. I mean, not in that sense. Why does it look so treacherous? Never mind. I figured it out. That's the difference of design. New games are like movie you watch, never go back to. All the games are meant to be replayed. I mean, I don't really think this is the case here. I think that's more like forcing you to to play longer than you have to. Than you'd like to, because everything is so freaking difficult. Or stuff like, oh, you want to finish this game? Buy my freaking guide, my dude. Ooh, hole. Difficult? I'm say designer wants you to match his skill. I don't know, so say what you want, but I would rather replay like Portal for the 20th time than play this one many times. Like, I'm not saying I wouldn't play this many times at all. Well, because like, you kinda have to finish it, but that, like, once I would finish this game, I don't think I would go back to it. Chris! Oh my god. Chris be like, fuck this game. I have a better idea. Ow, my head. Oh, ow. Prince of Persia here is borderline forgotten for reasons. Oh no. Why is it forgotten? Hold on, let me do that thing. Violet Snake needs Tomb to challenge Lara, but needs help. The Prince of Persia will train him. Prince of Pajamas. Here. Here's my Prince of Pajamas. Look at his beautiful feet. Wait, he doesn't have slaves. My bad. Gestures at it? Oh god. Wow. That was nice, clean erasing. I said sleeves! Don't put words into my mouth. Anya gave him Rayman arms. I did it! I was just erasing the freaking sleeves. Whatever the fuck is Snake wearing? Traps. Oh god. Here. Here's your beautiful sketch, beautiful doodle. I hope you like it, because I'm not fixing it. Oh god. Will they say it like that? Jesus Christ. Snake doesn't like swords. I know. But I'm not the one who told me to do that. So. My drink! My drink! The clone didn't get to steal it from me. You guys are making me sound terrible. What's up with all of these green ass potions? Snake is snake. Potion. Oh! It was a trap. I got played. Bang. No. It is. Please fix it. Oh, thank God. Whatever. I fell on my butt, but this is fine. Begging you. My father put a mirror under the monitor and used reflection to be more comfortable in playing. Oh. That's big brain. Ooh. Ooh. Maybe not. What? is this? Boing, 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 boing. 5 minutes left, what the fuck do you mean? I'm not making it in 5 minutes. Don't we are busy. God damn it. What do you mean we have 5 minutes? Is there one more level or 2? 10. This is the last one. We have 5 minutes. Never mind, we have 4 minutes. Sir. My time is limited. Get the fuck out of my way. Goodbye. You wanna know what the glitchless version world record was? Sure. $17 minutes. Oh. I got splatted. Hold on. I'm trying to save some seconds here. Before I died. God damn it! Bitch! Stop getting stuck! Well, those green potions? That's just being mean. It's like, oh, you have 5 minutes left? Hehe, would be funny if you know, lost more. Oh, you fuck. I forgot you're here. Bing, 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 bing. I don't know if that did any difference. Quickly save. Did I save like 5 seconds? Well, I guess I saved a minute, which is good enough, I suppose. You're doing good progress. But I only have 5 minutes. We will not be going that way. Because that's a waste of time. And I think the button on the top is what resets, which is what opens the door. Which means I don't really have to go that way. I could just jump down. And then fight the dude. I saw this potion on the top with the corner of my eye and I thought it was a mouse. Fence. How do I fight this dude? He's gonna throw me down. God damn. What? How many corridors are there? Green, stop hitting me. What the fuck? What the fuck? I got played. The game just wasted my time. Prince of Persia? But before the Ubisoft years? Yes! Fuck Ubisoft. Ubisoft even. Sadistic designer years? Jesus. Dave. Sorry, nothing? What? Okay. How do I get rid of this bitch? You die. At Ubisoft. The item is Rayman and Splinter Cell. I miss Rayman. Rayman was a good game. Come closer. Come closer. I don't get it. I don't get it. Frog. What if I frog? Can I finish the game as a frog? Does anything ever happen? Does anything good ever happen to frogs? Wait. Maybe I didn't get played by the game. Maybe there was actually something on the other side, but it was on the ceiling. I didn't check. I did not check the ceiling. Get out of my way, I'm trying to hurry here. What? What? That's not what I've been looking for. That's not what I've been looking for. Wait, what? Oh. Jesus. I hope you're doing great, Zara.
My God, what are you doing?
Too. That designer's other game, Karateka. Ooh. That was perfect timing. How the fuck did you do that? Huh? Get up! There's no time! I will rip your bones out.
Stop!
No stopping. No! Guys, we might actually finish it. Like, with seconds to spare. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Fuck this good guy. Fuck this guy. Get the fuck out of my way! I have 3 minutes!
I see you're trapped in my gay and stupid maze again.
Ow. Oh, Uh-oh. Why can't I just ignore him? Is that even the end? No! Fish! What do you mean? This game has 12 levels. This game has 12 levels. Why did the game lie to me? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? I hate my life. I have 2 minutes left. Don't die so much when you get me. I was loading and saving. I wasn't dying a lot. Oh my god, my life is pain. Get the fuck out. Don't you see I have a timer? Run now. Damn it. What? Oh, this is evil. What? How are you supposed to do it? This game is bullying me. They didn't even let me fall into a hole. No. 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 You can tell what? I don't think you can tell, but I saw that screen and my brain just started like pulsating. It's like, wow. I manifested a headache. Did they cancel each other out? They might have. Oh my god, I'm hydrating.
Stop!
Yeah. Mama. What the heck? Oh my god, my head hurts. 10 squats? Eve, you're evil! I'm trying to go to bed. Oh god. Conquered. Yet I conquered nothing. What the fuck do you mean nightly exercise? Is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, I got played. Oh my goodness. You conquered the Nokia Arabic ringphone. I guess we'll be repeating this experience on Thursday, I suppose. We'll start with Snake's Revenge, just to kinda, you know, check out the game, because I know it's not good. Or we must do it next 11/11? No, I will forget everything I've learned till then. Or maybe I'll just start with this game and we will, you know, play some Snake's Revenge for, oh my goodness. Well, Snake's Revenge is not even good. Everything is pain. And I was like, yeah, I finished it. No, I didn't. I didn't finish it. I'm sad. I'm sad. You hiss, I'm hissing. I'm hissing into oblivion. Let me see. Let me rate somebody and then I will sleep. Then I will sleep. You just need to log in. I definitely do need to log in. But yeah, I was like... On an old PC, she doesn't have a lot of memory. See you guys next year? No! We'll be back. Oh, by the way, tomorrow, well, at noon my time, which is CET, I'm doing an art stream because I have some work to do, and I figured, you know what, let's do an early stream, and then the next stream will be probably on Thursday, as I said, and we will play some of this game and some of Snake's Revenge, because it's the Metal Gear NES board. Well, NES board, not NES version, which I know is not bad, is not good. Jesus Christ, I'm not even making any sense anymore. So we won't be playing the whole game, just a little bit, just to see how it is. What's a CET? Central European Time! Yes. One Neo a day keeps the doctor away. Oh, the way my brain. You guys need to find somebody to watch. My brain isn't braining anymore. Anyway, let's see you tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Please sleep. Have I really gifted over 100 subs? You have. You have. I have not said Central Asian time. Shut up. Good night, everybody. Sleep well, and I will see you next time. Bye.